Hello, hello, hello. Okay. Hopefully everything is still set up because I haven't touched anything. Sorry, let me just, how's it going, Chucky? What you up to? Going good? Nice. It's going pretty good. A little bit sore from skiing the other day. It's always like the not the day after I go, but like the second day after is usually when I start getting sore, it seems like. But doing okay. Aside from that, playing Arceus, nice. I still have to pick that up. It looks so cute. I feel like by the time I actually pick it up, everyone's gonna have been moved on from it. But yeah, I'll get started in just a second. Everyone's gonna be like, yeah, I 100 completed it already in like a month, and then I'm gonna be like, hey guys, I just bought it. I just got my first Pokemon. I feel like I'm already way behind everyone. That's fair. I feel like people beat it literally within 2 days of owning it. I feel like I saw people being like, yeah, I beat the game already. I just caught my first Bidoof. Yeah, that's gonna be me. Yeah, people go wild. So I feel like it was like that with Sword and Shield too. I remember people beating it really early, and then I was just like, I got my second evolution. Hi Ari, how's it going? Hello. Oh gosh, I just hit my desk. How you doing, Ari? Are you on the bus? Are you on the bus home right now? Oh, I'm sweaty. It's like really warm in my room for some reason. Usually my room is freezing. You're home already? Oh, nice. We love to see it. Well, we can get started. Let me. I left my Switch on all night apparently and all day because I forgot to turn it off last night. Gotta modify my emotes. Gotta get the squish. This one. Oh, okay, cool. It's still, yeah. Okay, I guess let me know the volume. I haven't touched anything, so hopefully it should be okay. Ace Attorney Chronicles. It's time to watch me fail in court some more, because we love that. Dun, 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 dun. Man, after doing yesterday's case, I felt so stupid. Like, it hasn't been, as I've been playing this game, it has never been that bad. I was doing like horrible yesterday. I was like not piecing anything together at all. Sometimes it be like that. Sometimes it do be like that. Yeah, and you, sir, fucking annoying the hell out of me all freaking trial. Honestly, sometimes I get mad at the game because it's like, this is the worst argument. Mr. Naruhodo, I don't remember what voice I was giving you. Yes. I'm. Well, at least I'm getting an apology. But you're also like guessing correctly, but then like maybe it's something else. Yeah, I do that. I do that a lot too. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Yeah, you fucking did. You did. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. Well, he's apologizing, which I'll accept. Me sending you brainwaves like you're on the right track. Not forgiven, yeah. I accept the apology, but you're not forgiven. What about Mr. Trevor? What about, About what Mr. Jello was really up to, I mean? About what he was really constructing? Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. Is this Undertale? I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case I won't say any more. Now, sadly the murder accusation against you still stands, so we must do as much investigating as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, I thank you for doing so much for me. No problem. Okay, so she is actually here. Even after yesterday, I was still like, I don't know if she's actually here or not. Confirmed. Susato is actually I'm sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you a dream, Susato? Are you actually here? Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I arrived. Postcard? What postcard? Iris. I hid it from you, Bruno, so it'd be a surprise. Well, did it work? Iris, please. I was surprised, all right, especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh, dear, I'm so sorry. I was just happy to see you again, that it sort of slipped out. Very sweet, Iris, thank you. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future. Takes out gun threateningly. Were you surprised? Runo? Susie's train was late into London, Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard, so she didn't miss the whole trial. Don't abuse the horses. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Why didn't you join earlier? Susato, I could have used you so much earlier. You were just watching. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Yeah, exactly. Oh. Reunited with my homies, throwing each other to the ground. Yeah, that's it. Do you not greet your homies like that? Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? These two are being hetero, yeah, what? What? Susato, did you forget about saving your girlfriend in court like 2 chapters ago? I know you've made one of my most special blends over for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait. Where's the fit, by the way? Because that fit was great. Sato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time. But despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. I can't take any more extraordinary turns, game, okay? Oh, I guess I could have waited until this before I stopped stream yesterday. And then I wouldn't have gone all night wondering if Susato was really here or not. I'm gonna go stuff my face with her back. Yeah, go eat some dinner. What you eating? Steak? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, this room, it's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. It's been 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. Ryunosuke, she's saying, bitch, you live like this? You didn't clean? I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you left it. That just sounds like you didn't want to clean. but it has been 6 months, it's true. So, is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotova. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason? That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy. It was a lie. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. My father's in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved, but about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I'd been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and that's all that matters. Is that I'm here now. Wait, didn't it take, like... How long was the boat ride again? Didn't they say the boat ride was, like, 3 months? Or was it only a month? It might have been just a month. And be like, how did she leave 6 months ago? Did she, like... I was gonna say, did she, like, spend a boat 3 months, stay for a day, and then... and then another 3 months back? But I think it was only, like, a month or so, if I remember. She paddled. Damn, Susato. You got fucking jacked arms. Oh! You must tell me everything what happened while you're back in Japan. I pulled a Yu and Asugi and saved my girlfriend in court. Yes, of course I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you know who? About Kazuma. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Gotta explore the room first. You have water gently boiling on the stove, I see. It feels wrong somehow. I can't hear the water. If I can't hear the water bubbling away. We have plenty of logs. It's not like we have to worry about paying for gas. I don't want to think about gas after the last one. It's important to open a window for fresh air when the fire's burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It could be a matter of life and death. Avoiding the freezing winter air is a matter of life and death too, if you ask me. Oh, well. Perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up later. Oh my god, are we gonna have the spade shovel fight again? Thinking back, that spade's been in here since we first moved in, hasn't it? I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not a spade, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. The great spade shovel war rages on. This has been my favorite gag of this entire series, is this fucking shovel. The girls are fighting. Oh, I'm so looking forward to making you some tea again, Mr. Naruhodo. Which you think I wouldn't like, given that I'm not keen on bitter flavors, but it is Susato-san's tea. And it's amazing what a little cake or something on the side can do. I would dearly love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. But I suppose that's simply not possible, given how long we've been staying here in London. Well, I do like little chocolates you put with my tea. They go wonderfully. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you would, wouldn't you? That gives me a warm glow inside for some reason. Wholesome moments with Susato-san, I'm happy you're back. You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always. You really must tidy it all up, Miss Naruto. No more excuses. But, Miss Susato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderful, diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are, so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences. In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed. Still can't beat her in an argument, even though I'm the lawyer here. Well, I mean, technically, she's not a legal lawyer, but she did represent someone in court. I see your Daruma still has only one eye filled. You're both lawyers now. Yes, exactly. I mean, technically, Ryunosuke wasn't a lawyer either. He was also an illegal lawyer. You're both illegal lawyers now. Well, we agreed that it's something we do together, didn't we? We could do it right now if you'd like. I'd be happy with that. I rather like the anticipation, I think, Mr. Naruto. Locum Esquire student. Locum Esquire student, Mr. Naruto. Oops. Oh my god, fuck. Hi, Iris. Your room through there should be exactly as you left it. I've still never been inside. I've never been invited. Of course not. Only Iris is allowed in my room. No doubt I'll be hearing you two giggling away in there again, then. I'm so pleased to see all our sea creatures doing so well in the aquarium. Yes, the prawns are still swimming and the anemones are still swaying. Obviously, I've been looking after them carefully. At first, I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. They're like part of the family now. I don't suppose they'll ever know how close they were to meeting their maker. Don't eat them. Ryu, please. Prawns are friends, not food. It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's great exploits. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh, we're back on this. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it. I forget, she still doesn't know her father's dead, right? It's been a while, but she never found out after the first game, and I don't think she's found out about it yet. You haven't told her about Wilson. Okay, yeah. And put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Oh yes, I remember this. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I'll explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh, okay. Oh. I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study, and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles." Oh shit, is this gonna be the moment? I assume the reason why I'm trying to remember if we talked about this, like in private. She's keeping it a secret because if she tells Iris she basically has to explain that her father's dead. That's why she's been keeping it a secret, I believe. So I wonder if she's... I guess it's coming out now.
My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and...
Sato, what are you doing?
Oh, Father.
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anyone else about this. Do you understand? Jesus Christ.
But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I never would have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholm's exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. There was no sign of the box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I have no doubt Father had a good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I've made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie.
Okay, so we still don't know that.
Have they not put together that...
No, they have. They have put together that Wilson is her father. So I guess they're still keeping that part of the secret. Do you want to see Andrew, Susie?
Mrs. Sato, do you see this? You have such great expectation in your eyes, Mr. Naruhodo, but I'm afraid nothing particularly useful comes to mind at all.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not sure what I was expecting, really.
What about my armband? Gotta show this to everyone.
You're still taking care of that armband, I see. I'm so pleased.
Well, yes, it feels like it wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest.
Oh dear, there seems to be a thread coming loose. Just there, look. I'd be only too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, thank you.
I must have scraped it against something again. I'm always doing that. Then take better care of it, please.
It's all going so well until I ruined it. What about this? Does she have anything to say about this article, I wonder?
About this paper, Mrs. Sato. Yes, it's all about the Great Exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know.
I'm so sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan.
So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true.
Perhaps you're not as unlucky as I thought then.
Once we help Professor Harebrain out, this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. And of course, we must invite the Professor's good friend, Lord Van Zykes, as well.
Your luck might not stretch that far. Imagine going on a double date, me and Susato, with Harebrain and Van Zykes. With totally not Kazuma tagging along.
When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial.
Oh yes, for the murder of Giselle Brett. Now that was a lady. That was a lady.
Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes, since women are forbidden in the courtroom. I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it, don't you, Runo?
Yes, I suppose so.
I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe.
I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Usato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikutobo summoned you back to Japan. You sent me a letter that it was something to do with the convict's loot we found in Natsume's lodgings. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
That's right. The very large dog collar.
Right. Oh no. Not the dog collar. Oh god. Not the dog collar that I saw the bee on it. And instead of my mind going to Baskerville. I was like... I think I sent it to Ari. I don't know if I sent it to you too as well, Jeff. But when we found the collar with the bee, my mind went to Brock Van Zykes and not Baskerville, and I was like, damn, is Van Zykes into like some sort of pet play or something? And Ari was like, Baskerville, Frey. And I was like, oh, right. Not one of my finer moments, I will say.
It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted in his time in Britain. I understand when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie! That's a very meaningful look Susato was giving Iris there. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about a symposium too. I think you said the investigative authorities from 40 different countries around the world would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. Something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikutoba is leading the expert in forensic medicine in our country after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Is he the rad judge? The, like, super cool judge when he's not being a judge? He's, like, fucking hilarious. And he did the Susato takedown in the courtroom. Yeah, the big guy. He learned the Susato takedown. Or the what did he call it? The Seishiro Slam or something like that. Fucking great moment. Last year in Supreme Court, you can't possibly have forgotten. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder. Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Yeah, this guy, I love this guy. The best judge in the series. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, as Father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed with me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems though Lord Strongheart has put an awful lot of work into making it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes, and as I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General, the most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. Oh god. The world's... Britain's strongest cop. God, take him down. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikitoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech about the very subject only yesterday. I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. Mood. How trying for you. Giselle, I don't like Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That name I won't forget as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. Huh. Well, it turns out an English woman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Didn't exist, but how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was... Shin? Ari? Ari, what did you do? And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. Ari, why did you kill... I can't believe Ari's... Well, is she British? Because she wasn't a visiting student. Oh, okay, she just wasn't a student. Okay, never mind. I thought they meant like she was from Japan. No, she was just visiting, but not a student. Ari, you're British? And you accuse Rinosuke of murder by killing Iris's dad? Damn. A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name was literally all our intelligence service have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why, or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman been up to? I assume she is part of the British government. That's why they were all being so weird about us finding stuff about the police force in the other game. I assume the government's up to something. I'm afraid I don't really know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And now she's been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. Hey Shin, who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Have we? Hey Shin. Oh! Wait, was that one of the names in the recording? That recording that we on that disc? That we transcribed from Morse code? I think it was. I don't exactly remember. It's been a long time, but I believe that was one of the names. After my friend, wink, but you can't really tell I'm winking because I only have one eye. Wink. My friend Ray's trial. The reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on, and that visiting student's fate.
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship, and that he'll never.
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later I visited the man in prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-san. And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen into the port in Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there.
Should have been?
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared.
What? Kazuma's body vanished? Hey, that guy you saw in Van Zyke's office. Little sus, don't you think, Rinosuke?
Our government tried to cover up the fact, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-san isn't there. Did Professor Mikotobo know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. We're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-san's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Thinking back now, some things happened on the SS Brewer were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we?
No, we didn't.
Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-san was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he?
Unless Mr. Sholmes is hiding something from us.
And he definitely examined the body. And also, can we really trust Mr. Sholmes?
His work up until now hasn't been... for lack of a better word, the most accurate.
You're right.
Rude. Trust me, I mean, I love the guy as much as... I do love the guy, but... I mean, it's weird. Mr. Sholmes has his moments. It's like, sometimes he's, like, stupid as fuck, and the other times he's, like... gets, like, really smart for a second, and then he goes back to being really stupid. It's an interesting dynamic.
So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us.
The ideal man, right?
But there's no reason he would have possibly done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes.
How about we go call him out on it?
The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true, then I'll be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Susato.
You know, she's given the idea the thought it deserves if Susato-san we're talking about after all.
So I probably shouldn't push it now. So, Mr. Naruhodo, are you ready to start investigating? If you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well.
So you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mrs. Sato. I expected nothing less, to be honest.
I would think our first port of call should be to investigate Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick.
Yes, a conjuring of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Let's go see Miss Two. I hope we get to go see Miss Two Spell again.
Then we need to go and arrest him.
Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case. So I agree we need to go find the man.
It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for police or a great detective.
Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of?
We don't have much time, so we need to get started right away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then.
Oh, you're not coming today?
I'm going to Brickton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you get on, won't you?
That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. I mean, like, should I go back and check some of these places? But we visited. Okay, I guess it all resets. Let's go see Mr. Sholmes. If he's actually here. He might not even be here, actually. Yeah, a lot of this stuff just repeats. I've clicked on a lot of this stuff already. So I'll just continue on for now. Oh? Who is this? Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart?
I wonder. I've never seen her before.
Ma'am? Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh. Yeah, you mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at the London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Van Zykes is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for being taken in. Special suspension that prevents the investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with the scrap metal in no time. Scrap metal now, is it? Ma'am? Ma'am? Who are you?
Until later then, Lord Strongheart.
Who is she? I like her. Goal, honestly, right?
Who is that?
That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. Oh, you're the one I get all the reports from. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I'll give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. That's actually pretty long for him. Usually he's like, you have 2 minutes. And go. Yeah, even Ryu agrees, so he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The
British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative, okay, Jeff, we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigative team a year ago, now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? At the month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, these scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. The London scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. Okay. Alright then. I intend to see to it personally. I created the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. Those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensic division at Scotland Yard, she'll run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of symposium, Miss Mikutoba. Oh, yes, my lord. Father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he'll arrive at the beginning of next month. Okay, so it is a month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikutoba, I mean? Many years ago now, but yes. I remember Dr. Mikutoba very well. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. That was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago in fact. Mikutoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jugoku accompanied him as a young promising judge. The punctualist and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikutoba studied forensics at one of London's largest hospitals, St. Signers. If I'm not mistaken, Dr. Scythe was also there, and as it happens, then Dr. Scythe knows my father. Does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their path crossed regularly. I have no doubt they knew each other superficially. Well, Dr. Mikutoba was studying his subject for some 6 years total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter and went to overseas for 6 whole years. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Well, really something was going on at the time. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zykes, actually. Oh, this is Runeskin. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. Why? Welcome back. When his brother Clint Van Zykes was murdered, it was just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London, became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in the courtroom started disappearing, it was quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barak Van Zykes went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word. So Lord Van Zykes isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother. Ever since that time, he's become a very aloof figure in London's legal circles.
Interesting.
Oh yes, Lord Stronghart.
Go ahead.
It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible.
Are you well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, then, special suspension legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Oh, well, this. Okay. Within a few hours, Dr. Syed's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in letting you look at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing.
Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too.
Yeah, time is up. You have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. I wonder if they, like... Obviously, people read at different speeds, but I wonder if, like, all those questions that you were able to ask him, if, like, they timed out how long it took for, like, a group of people to, like, get through them all, and that's where they're like, you have 7 minutes and 30 blah 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 seconds of time. And, like, that was just, like, the average it took for people to get through it. That'd be funny, right?
We're extremely sorry to have troubled you when you're so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend in preparation for the symposium, you understand. Is Mr. Harebrain there? Oh, what are you doing?
What is he doing? He's... Oh my, the whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt.
The answer is 3. I got you, my dude. It's 3.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, and who is this young lady? My name is Susato Mikutoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Huh?
Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner.
None of those would have What are you talking about?
No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. No, yeah. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you.
See this, Harebrain? You're such a fuck up that Naruto had to bring in extra help.
I owe you an apology too, Professor.
I do not owe this man any sort of apology. I took this case trying to help this man, and he just made everything harder every step of the way. I owe this man no apology of any sort.
I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh, no. The whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Yes, you have. Professor Harebrain, what have you been working on in your cell?
Correct.
Oh, you mean that... Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had at hand. Oh, is this some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, actually, this is my autobiography, huh?
Was trying to figure out the speed of Ligma.
Your autobiography? How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Harebrain.
That is a title for a book.
I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers and an ambitious set of simultaneous equations.
Do you get your fiddle diddled often, Hairbrain?
I'm going to have to pay back the loans I took on the kinesis machine, you see. So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month, part 1. An odd birth and odd upbringing. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure.
I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more of the case?
Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled. By the pair of them.
Did you have a little triage going on? Ménage à trois, if you will? With the fiddler and the diddle?
By Asmund and that aloof engineer Trevor.
We're not gonna sit through an explanation of these equations, are we? I came back to this. I'm sorry, Ari. I'm sorry you had to hear that. Did he get spammed? I almost choked on my drink. Did he get spammed? Ah! We're not gonna have to sit through another explanation of these equations, are we? I'm good. I'm good.
Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asmund, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even.
Sorry, you're good. That was funny. That was funny.
I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something.
Oh.
Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you're aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Well, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Barak did. He believed in my hypothesis.
I think he was just trying to get you arrested, my dude.
Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case.
Yeah.
No, Brock would do something like that.
I mean, that's all he's been doing for this entire 2 games. So I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one, my dude.
I'm sure he genuinely believed it.
Did he?
I think I understand now. Why was they decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. After that terrible accident, nobody would have believed in my hypothesis anymore. No police, not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even.
I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there.
So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, was anyone other than Barak, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Brock insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed.
He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Yes, he did.
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole rebirth side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all of humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused, he was so empathetic. But in reality, he was the mastermind behind some vast criminal network, it seems. As the rich usually are. As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. Probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. Yeah, Hairbrain, let me introduce you to Das Kapital. Has that been written yet? But on the scale of it was just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their Burgian ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Is he an engineer or a magician or swindler? Yes, and yes, apparently. It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss the details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist? Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. Well, what do you mean? It was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see. The wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. And there's no more clues you can give us to his whereabouts? I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop. This man. You don't think that's important? Even just knowing that location? What workshop? It was fabrication laboratory where he constructed my great machine. Usato's like, you've had to deal with this bitch this entire time? The fucking side eye. Why didn't you mention this before? In October's workshop? What chance I might find the man there? I fucking hate this man. So you've been to Drebber's place for work then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place, plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? If we go there at once, there's a good chance we'll find Drebber there. I keep calling him Drebber. Well, yes, definitely, I'm sure, as in I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. Good old Drebber. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. You've been there! Did I fucking blindfold you? I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded. And that wasn't suspicious to you? That wasn't suspicious to you, my guy? You see, I was blindfolded in the car the entire way there. He blindfolded you. He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best. Special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. The indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their scent formula and use that instead. Ew, no. What do you think, Mr. Sato? Oh, do machine for your next birthday? I never use any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card from Drebler, for example? Man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Sato. I'm sure he would never... Yes, I do. We get... What? Let me see that. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Knock Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. Oh well. Can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Mr. Anokjo's business card shows the man's name. There's no address. There's something on this thing. Okay, there's a cross on it. There's a line on it. There's a oil stain on it. I'm sorry, Ryu. There's no good place for me to be now. I'm just blocking him. This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Yes, possibly. Professor Harebrain mentioned something about Mr. Drebber, the oil Mr. Drebber uses. I am Ryu now. I am not the lawyer. He said it was specifically imported. Very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right, but more importantly, that's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So excuse me a moment, don't sniff it. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expected that just because there's such a tiny amount here. Ugh, big yawn. Big stretch, big stretch. We can't go visit Mr. Van Zykes. Gina, where you at? There she is. Puppy! Gina has a doggy. I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean, it's really packed here today. Feels as though it's taken 2 hours just to make our way through the crowd to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. Hey, well, I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Oh, I thought that was Gina talking. Oh, Inspector Gregson, I see you hard at work as usual. Well, greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Ah, you sunshine. Gentlewoman, so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. Maybe a bit rough around the edges, but he does still a proper English gentleman. He's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you've probably guessed, we're hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi. Get over here, Gina. She's playing with a puppy, Gregson. Leave her alone. She's busy. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it traditional East End training.
Gina? She's a police officer now.
Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely.
What do you mean?
I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London.
Oh, no.
Are we never gonna see Gregson again after this?
Oh no, really?
That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Are you gonna leave Gina in charge? Didn't she just get this job? I guess that's how it worked in Victorian time. Ah, not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is.
To France?
I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. We're right up my alley.
But France is an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there?
That's the way the adult world works, sunshine. Don't go poking your nose where it's not wanted. That's literally all we do, Gregson. That's literally what we've been doing for an entire game and a half. Oh, Gina's going too? Tend to take the kid with me when I go.
What? You're taking Gina to Paris?
I can't leave her here in London. Knows what become of her.
Suppose he's worried she'd slip in her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper.
Oh, of course.
So, that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it?
Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me?
No, of course not.
Gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound until this is all over, at least.
Oi, did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again?
So you heard that, did you? Alright, well, any questions about the scene, you can put him to my capable detective diva here.
Gina. Alright, you are the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now.
I love her fucking theme song.
I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris.
So, Gina, got a new dog, have you? Oh my god, he's so cute.
Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable.
I love Toby.
Yes, the dog does seem lovely.
You're just a little guy. There's a little guy going around.
But it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest.
How you doing, Gina? Doing some cool detective things? What is this? Is this part of the balloon?
Here's a scorch mark on the ground that you mentioned, and here's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Oh, Professor Hairbrain, I do feel sorry for him. His rooms have been shattered like this.
Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ouch, I'm a bad person.
Ah, the Crystal Tower?
Graha, where you at?
I can't believe I'm seeing it at such a close proximity with my own eyes. You've really been looking forward to the Great Exposition, haven't you, Mrs. Zato? Oh, yes. When I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck. But here you are, back in London, gazing upon the magnificent tower. I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. Gina, I'm actually hoping that we can investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. It's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. Gina said, I don't give a fuck, go do what you want, I have a dog. I love you, Toby! The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume? I too would stop doing my work to play with the dog, and have no regrets about it. Actually, oh gosh, didn't mean to press that button. I actually haven't seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh. It's like I told Odo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you're thinking of? That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something? The forensic investigation team. Is that what you're thinking of? The forensic. That's the one, yeah. But isn't the case that the special suspension has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from the bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you meet Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently seen Lord Strongheart. Huh? You what? You've met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. We waited for 3 hours at the Co's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene, as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So you're still saying this is all above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs, off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. I fucking love Gina's the best character in this game. It was great, wasn't I? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying about if I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Odo's made things odd for me every single time. Time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get it in the next... a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruto's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. Mood. The boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest the other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebler, you mean? Enoch Drebler? That's the one, yeah. The police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. Guess they would be. Wasn't too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's given him a gut ache. That might just be all the fish and chips, Gina. Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from the fried food. The Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebler. Oh my god. Drebber. There's no L. I wonder if they've had any luck. Really funny looking. Got 2 eyes. Don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's caught it. Sorry, who? You know, a Scowlin' Reaper's always glugging down glass of that blood-red plonk.
There should be an L for all the L's you're all about to give him. True.
Ah, Lord Van Zykes.
He's always at it. In for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. I'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than the detective trainee. The way I see it. If the choice is between the chip guzzling detective and a childless glugging demigod, you're equally badly off with both. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we put that one to bed. And to be fair, Gina, Mr. Van Zykes already has an apprentice, and it's Kazuha. I mean, what? No, it's totally not Kazuma. What? No. Anyway, point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding this fishy engineer. But there doesn't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. Nothing that can lead us to Trebler at all? Toby the dog! This is what I want to know. Where'd you find that little... Don't call him a mutt. You're a mutt, Reno's gonna get the fuck. Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gina? Boy, don't be so phlegm and rude, Odo. Thank you. Slight overreaction to... No! Absolutely not an overreaction. Ain't no mutt, right? Toby's... how'd they put it? Oh yeah, bona fide detective. Sorry? He's Bubby. I've given him a proper a title and everything. Chief Inspector Toby to you. He's bona fide. His little scarf is so cute. It's so cute. I'm dead. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now. I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. You a dog, Rue? Ryu? You fucking nasty. How about you just keep track of your laundry and what's clean? Oh my god. I can tell undergarments have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Ah, that's nothing compared to this little fellow, Odo. Oh, really? According to what the boss said. Oh my god. She's holding him like a gun. He sniff. He sniff. Once Toby has got a good whiff of your drawers. Good. Chase that scent to the other side of the world. He sniff. What? To the other side of the world? You mean you can swim? Naruto, I think you may have missed the point by a rather wide margin. He be snapping. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Odo, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Funny now that I feel like we're trying to get that changed. I just feel like people don't want dogs to be working for the police anymore. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days they'll be barking orders at our slot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, what do you think about that? Toby is Britain's first police dog. Found him down the East End the other day. Someone just chucked him out in the street. There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. Toby the dog, I love you. About 30 feet, I believe. Or 9 meters, if you prefer. Craning your neck to see up to it starts to hurt after a while, though, doesn't it? Yes, we need to get up there and have a look around properly. Sorry, give me 1 second. Although, if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs makes my chest hurt. Me. Dear, I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruhodo. Wait, how do you go up the stairs again? I forgot how to play. How do I go up the stairs again? Can you not? I thought we were going to investigate. I don't see. Change places. Menu. I don't see it here though. Maybe I can't go yet? Maybe I have to do something else first. Oh, maybe I have to go to this forensic laboratory and talk to these people first. One more thing I have to do here, like in this area, or go. I think we have to go to the lab first, if I had to guess. Oh, maybe I have to look at some of these. Oh look, a flying balloon. I've never seen one in the flesh before. I can't understand how they can fly and so high up as well. You have everything, okay. But think of the view, Mr. Naruhodo. You must be able to see for miles and miles. I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain death if you fell out. I'm sure they're perfectly safe, after all. They were invented by some of the brightest minds in the world. Let's not forget, we know at least one that exploded. I'm sure there are other ways to fly. Shame the symbolic landmark of Great Expedition had been damaged like that. Yes, unfortunately, the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. The gods give us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. Rinosuke just said, man shall no longer have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth he shall walk. But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed directly in a different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. Did you say it was a warning? Man must travel under his own steam, or next time bird cages will rain down on all of you. Your faith is much stronger than I realized. Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yuma University? It wasn't by studying alone. Oh, there we go. I was in the way, that's why.
Oh my, so this is the machine. That was used to deceive people into thinking that instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. A little worse for wear at the moment.
What extraordinary length Professor Harebrine went in order to obtain the research grant.
No, the professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
Right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh, look, is that...
Oh. Hello, Dracula.
Lord Van Zykes?
Hey, buddy. Did you miss us? So I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Sato?
Already?
He is the Reaper, remember? We want to keep our distance, I think. He's just standing there menacingly.
But we have permission to be here from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate the machine. As long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel will.
We'll get to you, Mr. Van Zykes. This wasn't here yesterday.
Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air?
That's right, the birdcage.
According to what Professor Harebrine said in court, it's made of wood.
And more precisely,
Japanese cypress, I think.
Susato ain't afraid of some racist vampire? Nah. Susato will Susato take down this man.
Despite having been an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What a wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruto? I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. Suppose they must have brought it back here when finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we're given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still, this is a too important piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial.
They took it. They could have swapped something. You took a piece of evidence off the scene and then brought it back. You could have swapped something. You could have changed something. What'd you do to this cage? You did something to the cage. I'm on to you, British government.
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have been buckled and twisted in the blast. And what they call a birdcage was right in the middle of all of it, just here. But look, Mr. Naruto, the metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's been designed to open. It does, doesn't it?
Is he alive? Is this another? He's totally dead, but not actually dead, like Kazuma.
If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt this is a very elaborate hoax, is there?
Or maybe he just died and that was their plan. Oh, okay, that was probably their plan. But then he actually died. I see. Yeah, so their plan was to have him fall through and...
Isn't it exhilarating? All of this different architecture from all corners of the world. It does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention, personally. It is very subjective, isn't it? Japanese buildings with their wood and paper construction have excellent ventilation. And I realize that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel. Oh yes, I do agree with you there. But I can't help but wonder what an onion does for the roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind. I don't like the taste of onions. You really oughtn't let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruto. I hear that on a ride of the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples. I think the romance would be slightly spoiled by the abject terror personally, but then I'm not a Londoner. Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruto? It's not that I'm scared, not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer. Well, perhaps I'll have to ask Iris and Mr. Sholmes to accompany me on it in that case. When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try. Oh dear, it's complicated for you, isn't it? Okay, how you doing, Dracula? Least approachable man in the world, winner 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruto. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you. We literally went into this man's office. Lord Van Zykes. What? Well... Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? But I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, okay, we're starting early. Seeing him from the front makes me laugh. He does have kind of a funny look from the front. He really looks like he's looking past you. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition we didn't disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me. Ah. Never mind. State your business then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zykes about. He got you there, it's true. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it has nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruto. You won't know unless you try. So how did your brother die? Oh, that's literally... okay. That's literally what we're asking. So, Clint was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zykes? You need bunnies. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you? Imagining opening with this. Hi, how are you doing? So about your brother that was like brutally murdered? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it's a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zykes family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry. There's more to it then. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? You're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what is your interest in that historic incident? I saw a comic someone made, and that part where he was like, so your brother, and he's like sweating profusely. Buckets of sweat. As it happens, Lord Van Zykes, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware that Madame Tuspel's museum of waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally.
I believe that since last month I featured in one of the displays there for public scorn.
Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Valley would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he?
Well, a particular waxwork had been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork? Wait, you mean?
Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak.
I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. I mean, he's already there. Can you get whiter than corpse? He's always white as a sheet. Like, just a zombie. Drag his ass.
Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebler, already?
I'm just, you know what? I'm just calling him Drebler. I don't care if there's no L.
Surely that goes without saying. I'm very keen to have him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from this description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to the Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who had straight white hair and wears a black monocle. Is it?
It's not the forensic lady, is it? Because they were pretty, like... They were pretty, like, gender, like, androgynous. Like, they could pass for a boy if they need to. And they were tall. They had white hair. Was it them? Probably not. Or maybe they're related. So I was... God, speaking of, I want Dr. Scythe gender so bad. It is A plus gender.
So I was wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us.
Your gender, hand it over. Give it to me.
Wow, Sato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns.
Fine, why not?
I have a photograph of the man here from the investigation 10 years ago.
He already had that black monocle at the time. What?
Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us.
We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time we have available. So why shouldn't I show you the photograph?
What is it about? What is this about?
What is it about Lord Van Zieks?
Sometimes I just can't work him out at all.
Mr. Drebler has been entered in the court record. I'll take their gender as well while I'm at it. Hi, Kazuma. I mean, totally not Kazuma. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Sato, he's Graha T-ing us. Do you recognize those lips? I recognize those lips. Susato. They're Kazuma's lips.
Are you alright?
Kazutia.
Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Ziek's apprentice, apparently.
The only one.
Sato-san can see it too.
Lord Van Zieks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
With him? Why? Graha Sogi, oh my god. Oh my god, just yanked the fucking mask off his face. Kazuma-san. Oh, she's going right out. Kazuma. Oh, we're just doing this now. Okay. I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? Felt something strange from the very first moment I encountered the cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait. Too late. What's going on here? That's my friend that was killed on a boat by smacking his head into a bedpost because of a cat. Well, no, it wasn't because of the kids, because she pushed him, but there was a cat involved. What is your interest in my apprentice, exactly? Bitch, that's my boyfriend. That bitch smuggled me onto a boat to go to London with him. I had to fucking sit in his suitcase. I got a bone to pick. I got a bone to pick with your apprentice. You act as if you know the man or something. Well... Since when has he been in your care? As my freaking boyfriend. I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced me to him about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia, of course. Of course! He has forgotten every last detail about himself. He has amnesia? Well, being smacked in the back of the head would do that to you. The classic amnesia. Tomorrow he'll appear at court at my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant. You don't get one of those. Only I get one of those to help me cheat. Because I'm dumb. You're a computer, you don't need the help. He'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes. Thank you. I saw a reaction there. When Sato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruto? Yes, yesterday, in fact. At Lord Van Zeek's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. I need to speak to him about that. We're gonna have to leave now. Forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. They're not arriving until I go talk to them. I still have to go there, so... They're not coming anytime soon, Mr. Renziks. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affair problems. I'm okay without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mrs. Sato. Of course. Gina, you'll never fucking guess what. Hey, Gina, you want a crossbow? I bet you'd like a crossbow. Gina, why don't you take a look at... Oh, where did it go? Looking for this, Odo? When did you do that? You just stole my crossbow. What have you got anything else on me to show me? What you reckon? Give that back first, please. Oh, there's more. Gina, we're actually hoping we can investigate the scene again. Wait, didn't we talk about this already? Alright, if it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? Didn't we have this conversation already? I'm gonna be playing with my friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. Woof. Well, we can't look around on the stage now because the friends are just to keep my artwork. Oh, I guess this is like if you come back down after, before you look around down here. Can't you do anything, Gina, in your capacity as Inspector Lestrade? Look, I'd like to help you out. I'm just a trainee, ain't I? Ain't nothing I can do. When it suits you, yes. I think I found everything here, though. Well, so let me look at this person. Hey, wait a second. Oh, wait, no, that makes sense. Never mind. I was gonna be like, this is the same cross that was on the business card, but this is a photo of this person's business card, so that would make sense. I thought I was big braining something for a moment. I am not. Goldstown. Good observation skills. Thanks. Okay, let's go. I don't. Is there anything new at Madame Tussauds? I guess might as well go. Oh my! No wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Oh, okay. We come after we do the forensic stuff, I guess. This is cute. I believe this is Dr. Scythe's laboratory. Chemical smell really assaults the nose, and there's plenty to assault the eyes in here too. Looks as though the doctor isn't here, but we're here now, so we may do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become, Miss Susato. Just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. There's no music in here. It's kind of creepy. Looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh, I was afraid you were going to say that. Been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you are wise to put something like that, put something like your Dharma doll on display in the office instead. Look at this! It's a magnificent display case. Cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carvings are... Western cabinet makers really are skilled, aren't they? Why does Ryu know so much about woodworking? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside it, Mr. Naruhodo? Miss Susato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? That's how I cope. I'll be sure to remember that from now on. I suppose it's Dr. Scythe's desk. Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry. I feel like she's saying that with a bit more like It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work. Well, like side-eyeing him. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with a one-eyed Darba doll watching over me, but that's all. Look at all those bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ugh, that's worrying because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh, yes. And they actually say salt and pepper on them. She probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals in here sometimes. Life goes on even when you're surrounded by death. Some nice jars. Those larger jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. Suppose they're fruit liquors or something? Or like pickled umeboshi plums we make back home? Ah, Father had jars like this in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in preserving solution. Probably as examples or some rare medical condition. Mrs. Otto, there are some things in the world that are perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh, so as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they? Of course. Table and set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, they all look quite innocent. Why is that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? Might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing a large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anyone concentrate on bookwork with all this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You just have to be a cast iron. You just have to have cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. I assume I don't know if they're using formaldehyde, but formaldehyde actually doesn't smell that bad. I mean, it's not like a good smell, but it's not like horrible, in my opinion. It's supposed to go somewhere else. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe now we go to Madame Tussauds until it's quite stanky. Yeah, it's not a wonderful smell, but I think people I guess, I don't know. It's not that bad. Oh yes, heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's the Madame Tussauds special exhibit. Seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know. I know, can you believe that? Pay more money? As if we haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo. Sir? Well, policeman isn't here now, is he? Obviously. I can't believe he just happened to be on the jury. Yeah, that shouldn't be allowed. I understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet... You do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? I've been saying that this entire time, Susato. This one's posture reveals his weakness. Uh, sorry?
The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and then finally a Susato smash. Right. And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him. A Susato slam? Oh, I'm sorry, it's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate. Absolutely not. Damn, Susato said I could take down this killer. No questions asked. Oh, what a horrifying scene. A murder caught in the grisly act. She said I'm built different. I could take him. I know, in case you're wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. I don't think anyone would be in any doubt of that, surely. And did you know, according to the description, the bathtub in the back has no particular significance? What? Really? I would have thought it meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares. Ah, we have a new theory. Or, I mean, I thought you could drain blood in a bathtub. That's what I would have guessed. No. You know what? Your theory's sound. We'll go with that. Is Mr. Sholmes home? I don't think they'll make me. Is Iris still here? Whoops, 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 whoops. I don't think Iris is still here, is she? No, she's gone. What do I gotta do? Justice office, prison. Spend a little more time investigating, so I might have missed something. Back with Taro Boba, nice. I haven't had bubble tea in so long. What am I missing? I must be missing something. Not. Yeah, I don't mind you give me a hint, just because I don't know where I'm supposed to be going. No, it's fine. I don't want to take unnecessarily long for these parts, because I still have to do the trial. I gotta present evidence to someone. Oh, okay. Oh, no, I didn't want to. I just chose a random location. Present evidence. So what do I have? I assume it's probably something new. Oh, okay. I think I do I have to present it to you? Oh, no. Okay, never mind. Hard to make it over to Black Monocle. Wooden cage. Use Professor Hairbrain's experiment. The cage with the victim inside. No? Okay. I assumed it would be present something to him, but I guess not. He just goes through like everything, presenting. Prosecutor's office. If the evidence we were given by Professor Hairbrain.
Oh, do I have to give something to Gina? I feel like this isn't really right though. Oh, maybe if, oh, can I still talk to Van Zykes maybe? Oh. No. Okay. Here you go, Gina. Have a card. What about this, Gina? Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. I only know A to E. So if I ain't too much bleeding trouble. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Oh, how come? It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out this is a very high quality French machine oil. It's a very particular scent, apparently. Oh, right, because Toby. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean you should smell it. Oh, right, you mean Toby. Is Toby gonna show us where to go? Activate him! Activate him, Gina! His sense of smell is so good he can track people over the oceans, can't he? Professor Hairbrain informs us this oil is unique to Mr. Drebler's workshop. Activate the Tobe! There he goes! He's sniffing. He sniff. He sniff, sniff. Get him, Toby. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean if he follows the scent to the oil, probably could lead us to the Dodgy Cove's workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we're hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. Wait, when did you... Once a pickpocket. If I can lead everyone to that Drebler's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. His tail's like a motor. He's gonna launch off into space. He's going. Oh yes, Gina, I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Fucking let him go, Toby. Right then, Odo, leave it to me. Sorry? I'm gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty all this time. Afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. I'm gonna be me who gets in neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent, have ya? Come on, boy. Sniff, activate. See you later. Honestly, a mood. I hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop. I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Okay, nothing yet, so now we go to the forensics laboratory, I guess. No. Now we go to Madame Tuspel's. No. Do we go tell him? No. Look around. Oh, I must have missed something then. If I missed something at Tuspel's. Oh god, is it? Oh my god, I think I already know what's gonna happen. Where is he? I don't see him. Where is he? Where is Herla? Okay, yeah, we did this already. Yeah, maybe he's not here yet. Is there anything new? Well, Gina's not here. Oh, okay. I'm a fraud. I thought he would have been there. That's okay. Dun, 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 dun. I don't think we have to go here. I don't think there's any. No. Do we just go maybe at home? I love the music that plays in here. Maybe they want me to search around in here. I haven't searched around in here because it's usually all the same stuff. Maybe they want me to. I finally managed to remember this behemoth's name, the Great Analytoscope. I don't think it was here when I left for Japan, was it? Oh, is that right? Yes, because it was with the pawnbroker. Ah, of course. Oh, that's given me a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk. The office would be tidy at last. You even joke about that, Mrs. Otto. You are joking, aren't you? Yeah, usually it's just kind of like a retelling of the same stuff, but maybe I have to do it. Also, it's on these shelves, chemistry apparatus, books, papers, lots of things I've never seen before. All heaped up so high, I can have the feeling that the whole thing's going to topple at any moment. It looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Sholmes' brilliance. I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though. It looks as though it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. I really don't get it. The Sholmes' famous violin. When you found being sold for a song at pawnbrokery, what was it called? The shoddy something? Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features the instrument features in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. It's world famous Stradivarius. Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo. Stragavo. Are you even trying now? Oh, we'll come back to this another time, I think. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Although, I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanket table is so comforting. Do be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't mistakenly put your feet in the fire, will you? But you'd suffer terrible burns, you know. I worry sometimes about how Susato-san sees me. My eye is always drawn to the big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes and Iris use as a coffee table. Isn't that where Iris keeps her very important papers? Oh, it is. So you think that they treat her with more care, really? But the other day I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it. Oh no. I suppose something must have been frustrating him. What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged? The chest was fine, but Mr. Sholmes doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes. Oh dear. It is a painful tale. Ah yes, Mr. Sholmes' curious collection of trinkets from the various mysteries he solved. It's one of my favorite parts of the room. It's full of items with such exciting tales to tell. And I do believe he's added to it since I last looked. Now there's a mysterious pince nez? I don't know what that is. What is a pince nez? Google. What are you? Oh, glasses. Okay. It's like, it's a type of glasses. Yeah, those little that kind of just rest on the nose. Yeah. Yeah, they're very distinct. I did not know that was the name for them. A mysterious little box. A mysterious horseshoe and a mysterious biscuit. I think the last one might just be part of Iris's unfinished snacks. Pince nez nut? Pince nez these what? Iris's pretty little tea set is set up beautifully as ever. Well, it's only by careful
Carefully taking care of a tea set that you can make good tea. Is that a roundabout way of telling me I need to tidy my desk? Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you do overthink things at times.
Nice.
This blackboard is where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Look. Cheap apples at the market is what all of them say. What? Little figures can speak. All your questions would be answered if you only would read this month's Rand's magazine. Anyone who can't make any sense of this.
Huh? The Herlockian. What the fuck? I got an award.
This is Iris's wonderful collection of medicines, potions, and chemicals. Just look at all the little bottles she's squeezed onto the shelves. Yes, and there are charming little ribbons tied around the bottles too. But the labels aren't quite so charming, are they? This one here reads deadly poison. Oh, I've been so excited about the idea of helping Iris with her experiments, you know. Just try to avoid any bottles labeled deadly poison or highly explosive. Correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. To think that every single one of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes blossomed from this very machine. Ah, it's such a dreamy thought. I actually had a go on it the other day. Metal bars that move when you hit the keys, all tangled up somehow. Made Iris angry. Mr. Naruhodo, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again. Made Susato sound angry as well. Okay, I think that's it. Okay. I have to do that to continue, maybe? Maybe. Do I have to present more evidence to someone? Look at the book? Oh, I did look at the book. Maybe we have to look at it again. Oh, okay. I looked at the, okay. I thought this was all one. Ah, I see. This big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic team's spending, I think. The same thing happened to you. Oh. Oh, what is it? It's clear the team purchased various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange. Really, in what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? Must really be working hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And the scalpel blades can be sharpened too. It does seem a bit strange, you're right.
Why are they buying so many knives?
500 scalpels a month? What could they possibly be using all of them for?
What are you buying 500 knives a month for?
What are you doing?
Ma'am, your gender. Hand it over.
Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it?
Oh, great. You've been talking to fucking Barack?
Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see.
Me like... Okay, wait, okay. Is she related to this person? Because at first I was going to be like, they're pretty gender, so like, let me compare this photo to this lady's face, and like, maybe they can be the same person. But I don't think they are. But, But one thing I do notice is that this bitch has a cross on the lapel of her jacket, and while it's not the same cross as this one, it is still a cross. So I'm a little sus of you all of a sudden. Do you know this guy? Do you know this guy? Is he your brother or something? Are you twins? You know, I was worried about the British representation in this game, but everyone's extremely racist, so it all seems pretty realistic. Oh my god. But it was you who examined the victim's body, Mr. Asmon's body, I mean. We came to ask you about your findings, on Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice have given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Hey! Hey, does this man look familiar to you? Oh, okay, never mind. Precisely, would you be good enough to take a look at this? Oh, you think I'm good enough, do you? No, I didn't mean... So I'm not good enough. In that case, why would you show me anything? Clearly you are too good for me to show you anything again, ever. I bet if the game let me show you this picture, you would know something. Ma'am. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from this examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Audi Asman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid the explosion, and Mr. Asman, who appeared moments later, partways up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same. That's the team's conclusion. That can't be right. Yeah, because one was a wax mannequin. If it were an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see, if two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make it quite evident. Ah, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day they will be used as an investigation aid as a matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. It didn't, Susato. So where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place. It was a wax figure. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole investigation even more of a mystery. Oh. Hello? Mama, what's this? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. This entire family, or is this entire... Is this the husband? Are you the husband? This entire family is very gender. Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Mama? Yes. Can I cut this one? How about we don't do that? What? Oh my god.
I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. What the?
Ma'am, you're raising a serial killer.
Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see.
Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience.
Oh dear. Mr. Naruto, you were as pale as a corpse.
Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one.
Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. We could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Dribbler. I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try and speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right.
Notified Madame Two Spells. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary wax worker.
A wax exhibit.
Yes, Iris told me about his latest unusual adventure.
Bye, ma'am, and your terrifying daughter.
Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery, of course.
Susan really is after something sweet today, isn't she?
Eek!
What's the matter?
Oh, look, Mr. Naruto, look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before.
There he is.
It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes, down to the very last detail.
Aha!
What is it?
There he be.
Oh, sorry, I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself.
There she is, Queen. Miss Two Spells. My lady. My lady, how are you?
Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee.
Yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I must say I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He's a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs.
You don't mean...
But yes, the mystery is solved already.
Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough.
So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
Yes.
His habitual duties. Allowers. Do not disturb, huh?
Susato-san, she looks very perplexed.
We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he?
What? I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually.
Oh? What? What do you...
There he is. Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I, the world-famous great detective waxwork Herlock Sholmes. Susato-san. Oh god, did she pass out? Oh my god. Sholmes, look what you did. You killed her, Mr. Sholmes. My most humble apologies.
I thought I'd died and gone to the eternal paradise for a moment via London.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not questionable street food quality.
I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Merely a secret identity, you understand, though the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume?
Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I've yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far for that matter. Oh, you should eat something, Mr. Sholmes. Stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. How did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, remember, I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh, yes. It's the most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, waxwork was returned.
That's amazing.
Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit has always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. It's going to be a wax figure of Asmon, right? Or similar looking to Asmon.
But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary?
In fact, I must ask you to keep from Madame to spells at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all.
Poor Iris.
Now then, I sense that you have some business with the great waxwork.
I'm in the process of trying to track somebody down.
Oh.
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Trebler. With an L.
I'm trying to drink. Time to make stupid faces while I drink.
He was the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine.
A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man.
He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning.
We have so few clues to go on.
That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas?
I have no data yet. It's a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least I may be in a better position to help.
Yes, Trebler's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy
myself with, and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find a clue, no matter how small, I shall gladly give you my thoughts on it. I have a picture of them. Oh, are we calling him Mr. Sholmes?
Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us?
My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stay. What's this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain, aboard the steamship, your words are very clear.
Well then, let's unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-san's body.
Indeed, and where lies the problem?
We met him earlier today, the victim Kazuma Asugi.
You're quite sure?
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead.
Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. Okay, you're deflecting. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Priceless. Don't suppose that performance would pass
muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe the crewmen present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that's all I can say. Mr. Sholmes! Take this picture. Look at this photograph. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Trebler, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, all English look broadly the same, of course. Looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Ding! Do you know something, Mr. Sholmes? Oh, you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed. Why is he so shady, Mr. Sholmes, please? What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You turn quite pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Well, what is it? As I explained to you when we arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh, yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings, that special one-time only price, you understand? What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Would you like to see the fruits of my labor? Well, we do have rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone? The price is very reasonable, 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you. That's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, a special exhibit waits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Well, money's been spent, so let's go see the special exhibit. Through those heavy curtains at last. $5 shillings we had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. That's what makes Britain great? That was a sentence. Not to mention the demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Grebsing comes off rather well in that list, I think. Man has no head. Oh dear. The shiver run down my spine as soon as we walk through here. Miss Susato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home. Via a really big confectionery. Well, we certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now that I'm looking a little more closely, we've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? I paid 5 shillings. Let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we'll get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble? Number 139. 139. Is that a convict's number? He looks like he's in a jail jumpsuit too, maybe? Oh god, he's holding a spade or a shovel. Is the war going to continue? This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so, according to what Madame Tuspel said. He killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like, all the models in this place. I know, it looks like it could start moving any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. This is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine? But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost? Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mrs. Otto? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? And perhaps Mr. Sholmes absently-minded forgot to reattach it? That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum? And that would mean an extremely absent-minded thief? Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Is the professor as Mr. Asman? Well, whatever the reason, and then him dying at the him dying in the exhibition was someone getting revenge. Because we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. Something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. Like a piece of broken glass, and quite a big piece too. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I would say. Where could such a thick piece of glass come from, I wonder? It must have been made thick to increase strength. But why? Perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as a building, for example? Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? Some of the glass was broken too. You don't mean... Exactly, the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. Why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket? Because... the professor was Mr. Asman. So they used this as a body double, thinking their little exhibition show was gonna go off without a hitch, but then someone killed him as revenge for being the professor. It makes you think, doesn't it? Small fragment, very unusual, and thick glass found in the folds of the clothing of the professor waxwork should appear to be from the Crystal Tower. Earlier in court, we established that Kinesis experiment was a trick, and now we discovered this fragment of glass in the waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? I like examine the glass. Yeah. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. if you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruto. You know well. You well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too? Look. Perhaps we should investigate it a little more in detail. Why won't they show us the face? Why won't they show us the face? Wait. This is Mr. Trebler, isn't it? He doesn't have the cross on his jacket, but Mr. Trebler is wearing a white jacket. Looks like he's wearing like a wig though? A wax wig? Maybe? Maybe not. And there's the cross on his button-up. Quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? Not like a Japanese cochin paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, cochin. Point is very little light to be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this. Well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even with broad daylight, to be honest. What's this here? Appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? And what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, how would a man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he's trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film? We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. Oh, we're just taking it, okay. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. See yourself, Sato-san, your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? I don't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh! Do you think we should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruto? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Yeah, we turned him, okay. Yeah, that's Mr. That's Mr. Trebler. What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle. Mr. Naruto, is it possible that this man is... Yes. It's Enoch Trebler. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in the exhibit? So, did they both plan this? Like, did Mr. Trebler come across the professor? Not actually dead? And then decided to team up with him for this little stunt? But then,
I'm assuming Mr. Jubbler is the one who murdered him as some sort of revenge. So did he big brain this? Did he big brain this entire thing of like he found him and he's like, yeah, we can be a team. We'll do the show at the Great Exposition, blah blah blah. But secretly, like, Mr. Jubbler was like, I'm gonna fucking kill this guy because he did horrible shit, probably to someone I know. Like, did he just five-head this entire thing for years? For his moment to kill this man? I don't know. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? Why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. Yeah, the head's gonna be Mr. Asman. So Mr. Asman is the professor for sure. And the case isn't solved yet, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. I must locate the missing head, tout de suite, as the madame would say. I'll be in grave trouble. Very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ugh. Do you know, though, something about this room is strange. Strange, what do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors were supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Miss Usato. Do go on. And yet, as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't have ever really happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little. But the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Wait, I didn't look at his spade / shovel. Oh, it doesn't matter anymore. Okay. Oh, they don't even let you look. Oh, wait. What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was a man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night? Mrs. Sato. Yes. That's a spade, isn't it? I just wanted to see this. I need to see this gag is the best. I need to see this gag again. It's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. This is for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although we haven't considered trowels. If we allow ourselves to be distracted, I feel, perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're gonna bury the hatchet. You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? Real question. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, every one being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormously hunting hound, had their throats ripped from their bodies. The hound with the Baskervilles? Oh gosh, an enormous hound. How awful. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. In the case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? Does it mean that the professor's identity... As you surmise, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he'd been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh. The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life.
He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to the chilling events. It was a witness? Of course, my dear fellow. It's none other than a young man in white overcoat. Enoch Drebler. He saw what happened. This is a waxworks model of Enoch Drebler. 10 years ago, convicted professor having been gibbeted and buried emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he's about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Drebler ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he's seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him. His hair is completely white. The following days, the story of what he had seen was on every front page of the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, the exhibit was created here at Madame Tuspel's. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebler was doing here in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, what was he up to? Russell's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into panic 10 years ago. It's a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. He was vibing, he was just chilling. Don't you just chill in the graveyard? And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in the time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did the talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why, simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? Police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly what had been followed. Does he have a twin? But that would mean Mr. Drebler must have lied to the police and the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard from him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have came back to life. That's not possible. But Drebler's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. I mean, Ace Attorney has pulled the twin card before, so... What in the bleeding Nora, Odo? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? Oh god. I asked Iris and she said this is where he'd be, so... Oh my god. Gina, not so loud in the museum. Madame Tuspel will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. And you think there might be more pressing concern? I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand. But please put down the gun. Still can't believe they let her keep that thing. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of that barrel. So what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found Dodgy Cove's workshop. What? You found Drebler's workshop? Good job, Dobie. Good job, Dobie. Who's a good boy, Dobie? Yup, Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag. So come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Don't be such a good sniffer. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then, see you there. Who's your good boy, Toby? Oh, don't mind me. I'll just stay here being still. What? I know my place in the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone's feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes, you're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. It's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. I'll offer to share the cost for Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. Right, let's go. Oh my god, fucking Mr. Mr. Sholmes, please. October. Not Dribbler's Workshop. That looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so. Only a prototype, naturally. Ah, so you got here then? Gino, well done for finding this place. And in such little time. You really worked miracles. It's Toby here, who's the miracle worker. Sneef, sneef. Oh, I thought your lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. It's one knitted brow. Looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. The lemon. What is it? Lemon's the betrayer. What did the Loporrit say? The deceiver. That's it. Not the betrayer. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? No, they're not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue you lot turned up. Wouldn't want to say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid, now would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around here, I'd get cracking. And Zeke's and the forensic investigation team is on the way here as we speak. Them again. Imagine you get the picture now. Don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Alright then, let's see what we can find here. Oh, look! Is that a quiver of bolts? This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Do you suppose? Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exposition grounds. In other words... Yep. More evidence to support your theory. All goes to show that Dribbler was the one pulling the strings behind the scene of the whole scam. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruto, but the machine's covered by a special disposition for the Scientific Equipment Act. There would be a serious repercussions if I were to examine it. From the Crown and the government.
those two don't seem to be holding back. Hollow inside, no working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change dropped on the floor, nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fellow. Oh my god. Gina, please. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Miss Usato. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, it looks like he's got a pretty hefty lock on it. Specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off until he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. We don't have permission, and no one's given it to you. Nixon looks as though he really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Dribbler must have fled at first sign of danger. I bet Gina could pick that lock. There's a trophy here. Ah, it appears to be the most interesting. Yes, the most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager. Oh, it's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. Shrum's saying his head is cute. Shrums has played many hours of Skyrim. He knows how to pick locks. Yeah, exactly. No doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society Trophy of Excellence in Science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Dribbler than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. How about you, Mr. Naruto? Would you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not gonna let that go, is he? It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. The science trophy has been... also, question, just because I've already been going for 3 hours and I'm still investigating, is the court part that I still have to do another long one? Because depending on how that goes, I might just save that for another stream. Hello? Maybe take like 1 to 2. Okay. Well, depending on how much longer the investigation is. Is something wrong, Miss Usato? I thought maybe I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby? Woof woof. Right, mind the grease. Okay, I can probably do it all at once then. Whoever's in there, open up. It's Scotland Yard. He's running. After him. Oh my. Someone is in there. Oh, this rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. If only it were... countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine. I'll take the rat for it. Just get us through that blasted door. Oh my god. There, you meant to it will. Jesus fucking... Sholmes. Are you fucking Sonic the Hedgehog? You confuse minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Forward, I suppose. Emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond this door is the engineer you all seek. Prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. He fucking neumed out of there. Fucking opened that lock. Is that a bomb? I didn't realize Mr. Dribbler was Kalen. What is happening in here? Why is everything upside down? Rats. There ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. There were moments that we heard those noises. That's the sound of Dribbler running away. There's only one door into this room. There's footprints on the ceiling. Right above me. There's 2 phases to the trial, so you can end up stopping midway through the 7 point. Ah, okay. And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. Up there. There are footprints on the ceiling. Blow me. Over here, then. I don't know about that phrase, Gregson. I was almost trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. Not now, Gregson. We're busy. There's a criminal on the loose. A Professor Harebrain's barbing machine, is it? Blimey. If we had these, there would have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There's something of great interest here. Are we not going to talk about the dynamite with the timer in the middle of this room? This rope was lying on the foot of that pillar. A rope? Significance? What's significant about that? He used it to sneak through the window. Also, there's a replica of the green balloon. Is this entire room like a stage, like a set play for him to practice? You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruto. You must investigate the entire room thoroughly before the forensic investigation team arrives too. Sholmes is like, bomb! Very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhanded trick, Mr. Naruto. Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever's inside must be very important. A real lovely model. Looks just like a real flying balloon. And it's probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloon, using gas. A green flying balloon. It does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exposition, doesn't it? Could it be the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? No denying it there. There are footprints. Yes, it would appear so. Simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Is there a Susato shoot-up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean? I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruto. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. Almost every piece of the furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Sholmes' suite isn't ever this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruto. I suppose not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se, everything's literally upside down. But why? Dun 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 dun. Okay, let's look at the dynamite. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruto. Yes, in point in fact. Something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. That is some dynamite. Rinosuke.
Looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped in a large watch to me. Mr. Sato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What? What did you say? A time bomb? I'm sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. You don't know nothing, do you, Odo? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult the dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh. Oh, thank goodness. But then what is it? I see, so that's it. Goodness. Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. So I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I've learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Sato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction. Oh, I'm surprised. Yeah, we haven't done one of these yet. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first, that the inverted nature of this furniture of the room is the work of Trevor himself. But how could you... And the second conclusion, that the small device on the floor there is without question completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It'd be a pleasure. After all, it's a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Oh. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. Too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate the great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mrs. Sato. Oh, yes. I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Flipped furniture. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item... Oh. Hello, thank you for following Shimolo_I. How are you doing? Hello. Chips with salt are the best? Big agree. Big agree. She's so excited to be part of it, she is. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling. Actually had French fries, I guess chips, where you're from today. They're very good. I put Cajun seasoning on them, and they were delicious. Before falling straight down to the floor, every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that? Indeed, the key here is gravity. Cajun fries are so good. They are. I fucking love Cajun fries. I'm Susato right now, just staring at this furniture like the side eye that Susato's like, what the fuck? What, like, which magic is Mr. Sholmes doing right now? It would appear that technology has at least succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. The gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness. He invited Susato into his mind palace. The inverted furniture clearly reveals there's a flower behind that bed. Or something. I see purple and green sticking up. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business.
I quite understand your skepticism, Mrs. Sato. I, too, was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to the one featured in the dream of mine only the other day. I don't think that's what... but why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. It's clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. I think he might have tripped on something. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need to look no further to explain the state in which we find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebler, for being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream once I had when I fell out of bed. Because gravity was reversed. Okay. Missing engineer. Well, we also found a rope, so he could have just used a rope to climb up and escape through like the window or something. Let's consider the next conundrum. What's our engineer's friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain this, his actions, is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us nearly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebler's aim was singular, to escape. Or like, is there a door behind that wardrobe that fell over? I don't know. However, there's but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Ah. Oh my god. Mr. Sholmes, you need to stop the witch magic. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebler was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebler have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? He learned it from Two Spells? Oh, true. Mr. Two Spells is teaching him gravity magic. Falling up is both scientifically and physiologically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. I recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believed offers a solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Or he used it to climb up. It was the pull of gravity, and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. I agree with the skylight thing, Mr. Sholmes, but I don't think he reversed gravity. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. He's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that within man's current scientific knowledge, at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. but your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. Isn't that like, that's like a famous, isn't that like a famous Sherlock Holmes line? Something like, it was something along those lines. It's a marvelous slide, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I had Iris come up with it. With the exact phrasing, my original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something like, I've read it in something that Mrs. Satu has lent to me once.
Objection!
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Objection. The spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it?
Indeed it was. In lonely coils near the wall.
But Mr. Jubbly used it to escape in the way you described. Wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. As evidence of such, only look at the mysteries we faced in this room now, skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of the rope.
Perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Dribbler gets too far away. If you're ready then, let us resume. Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular.
My mouth is getting dry, I'm running out of water.
One day I'll play a game with voice acting. It's plain to see this room is okay, I already read through this one, so I'm not doing it again.
People are falling straight down to the floor. Everything in the room is on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that?
Do you have the key here? Oh wait, there's something on the chair. There's something on the chair. There's something on the chair. No, no, come back. Gravity, gravity. Bring the chair back. Sholmes, stop with the mind magic. It looked like a number. Safe. 43258. Okay, it's the safe combination. Hoarded furniture clearly reveals the truth.
I think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once.
Well, that's unusually merciless of you, Mrs. Sato.
When you have eliminated the improbable, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he?
While he's refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Furniture clearly is the truth. What here breaks the law of Schmolzian gravian theory? This right side out vase. Well, I wasn't expecting to find a big bunch of flowers in here for sure.
Oh, look at that.
I know, that slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment. The flowers are thriving. What makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? Getting a little deep here.
To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me.
Take that!
Oh, I always forget that he's wearing this outfit until I like, until he pops up again.
The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes, trust me. As you rightly say, though, it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This, unassuming the slender vase, is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there's nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh my god, their faces. Wait, their faces are fucking great. What a great fucking photo. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on, so let us continue with the deductions. Now we know this contrivance isn't in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. He's like, so anyway. Which might sound obvious, but there leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite. I'm gonna guess it wasn't Enoch Drebler that was in here, and it was another person, and they were looking for the combination to the safe. So they flipped over all the furniture trying to find something. Yes. The reason why everything is in here has been turned upside down is because of the other guy. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of exciting scientific explanations is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all the furniture over. Whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around to see if the answer presents itself. I'm going to say the safe combination. Look, there's something written on the other side of this armchair. Oh, yes, safe 432582. Safe, as in safe and secure? As in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly more likely. Well, there is a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. Assuming this number would let us open it? I wonder why it's written here, though.
Take that!
Yes, the reason why everything in this room has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year. When I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside of a cover of a book, just thinking, what? Okay. Well, that's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket safe itself would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I had written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart, and always forget where they note things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. She's so done. She's so done with both of them. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my point now. Which means a very similar scenario here clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. Right. Poor Ryu. You remember that you'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state in which you now find the room. Yes, Mr. Dribbler overturned all the furniture in here. Oh, maybe it was Mr. Dribbler who flipped up the room, but I feel like if... Okay, I don't know, maybe it's me, but if I wrote a combination on the underside of a chair, I feel like I wouldn't forget what piece of furniture I wrote the code on. Like, sure, rewriting something in a book and then forgetting which book it was, that's fine, that can happen. But forgetting you wrote a save code on the underside of your chair in the room, I feel is a little not quite the same. You're simply built different. I guess so. Desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Now let's consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though a particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Oh. I didn't see this. So, well, maybe he did escape from the skylight, but I guess he was trying to throw his shoe at the balloon or something to pop it? I don't know. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look. Yes, and there's simply more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged. Do you think? If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes at the ceiling, though? Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Take that!
The reason the footprints are on the ceiling, it's because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, their aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data. Fucking shocked faces they're making are fucking great. There's a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruto and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon that Mr. Gotts claimed he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say, if we assume the balloon in here is a model of one used on the day, there's a strong possibility that something may be concealed on the inside. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach, hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably, Dribbler intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, this effort was thwarted when the shoe itself became prisoner to those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. Maybe there was some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? No, I think this is what he used to escape. Mr. Shum has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground? Which is much easier said than done, I feel. Took a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? Yeah, we have a crossbow.
Take that!
Just shoot it again.
To reach the intended destination, a better tool than the crossbow. It was found at the scene, in fact. In all likelihood, it belongs to Mr. Drebler. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing his shoe at such a critical time as this.
So, shall we? Curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows.
What is it Enoch Drebler has hidden inside that balloon?
Helmet. Okay, so this is definitely the head. This is the head of the mannequin, but why is it wearing a helmet? What the?
A waxwork.
Indeed it is. Okay, so the head was not, in fact, the head of Mr. Asman.
Mask that's shut so tight and fastened with a strong, quite impenetrable lock.
So we can't see the face. Oh, no, it might be. It might be. He's just wearing a helmet. Oh, okay. It might still be.
Just a moment, this is the head of a waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh, goodness. I see you've joined the dots, Mrs. Otto. Excellent. Oh, of course, I had this waxwork model. In case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model, you largely solved. It's only the head of the killer that was still missing.
Indeed it was.
But I believe Madame Tuspel was not to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you've now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes. But why is it here? This conclusively confirmed my suspicion. The man responsible for stealing the professor's Madame Tuspel and returning it sans tete earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebler. This is incredible. Professor Harebrind's case and the waxwork abduction are... They're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebler's workshop.
I assume at some point in the case, we're going to get the helmet off, and it's going to be Mr. Asman, and then everything will make sense or something.
Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure.
Wait, can I... Oh, I haven't examined, like, all of this. I should probably do that. Oh, there's blood on this.
What a wonderful machine. You love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible, surely?
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's worrying.
Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up on having a watch.
Poor Professor Mikutoba. There's blood on this.
Look, Mr. Naruto. What is it? On the bellows, just here, there seems to be very dark red stains.
Yes, you're right.
Looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Dark staining is visible in the bellows. Oh look, the cover came open.
Oh, that was real.
Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. Just have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see? Is something wrong? There's no plate. It's been removed. Oh, what a pity. Suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. Never actually found the photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Also, Sato-san, she looks devastated. Society Award. There's a little metal plaque here. Look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly, Mr. Drebber clearly was a very talented scientist. Like, oh, there's something in it? Like, nothing on the bottom? Okay. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could have removed the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone. A convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruto, please. I mean, just think about it. If you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden, you'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Right, sorry. Anything else? This looks like a Persona 5, like, Persona 5 enemy. Like the security guards, I feel like they had helmets that looked like this when you're in, like, the palaces. Like the bank palace, I feel like the security guard enemies looked like this. The architect. You mean Mr. Drebler? Seems quite impossible that he escaped via the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. Is he in, like, the cabinet or something? You simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction. Dr. Drebler is right here somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruto, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Drebler's hiding place must be the... He's not in the safe, is he? No, no way an idiot would lock himself in a safe. That doesn't make sense. You need to hide. There's no better place than a wardrobe. I stand firmly by that. Yes, you had some experience of that yourself. A year ago, didn't you? We'll find him in there, mark my words. He'll be curled up in a ball, trembling and hungry. In fact, my own hand is trembling just thinking about making the discovery. Never mind, Mr. Naruto. He could be hiding somewhere else, you know. Okay, I'm gonna say the safe. If it's the safe, I'm gonna fucking lose it.
Take that!
Oh my god. This idiot locked himself in a safe? How did he expect to get out? What was the plan? What was the plan? Okay, sure. He gets in the safe to try and hide. And then what? He can't get out. And eventually he knew the police were coming. They would eventually get the safe open. He saved himself like a little bit of time
but it wasn't gonna help because he locked himself in one location. Oh my god. Which tells us the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. In fact, searching for the combination to his safe. And, pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he had overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recent indeed. Summary, Mr. Enoch Dribbler. I hate... No. In this very moment, no. No. I don't care if that was the right answer for the deduction. Bitch better not be in here. This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the topsy-turvy puzzle. No. 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 So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see, the combination was 1, 4, 3, 2, 5, 8, 2. I knew that. Alright, then here goes. Oh my god. Oh my fucking lord. Idiot. You found me. Oh my god, what is happening? I don't like you. What the fuck? Alright then, sir. Mr. Enoch Dribbler, I presume. Your arm is cool. Correct. Gotta start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you've built. And you shall to explain the theft of the waxwork for Madame Testbells as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Oh, I don't like the way he's moving. Stop. Stop. You're like on the same level as fucking Shamspear, but like in a different way. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in the most prominent position. Ha, ha, I see. Stunned in silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then? No. Oh my god, what the fuck? Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare? I was too close for comfort. I've got one foot in the grave already. Okay. I get his plan a little more now. Okay, I'll give him a little more credit. He hid in the safe, planning to take them out with the bomb, and he'd be safe inside the safe. Okay, sure, I'll give him that. But, there's a big but, he still wouldn't have been able to get out of the safe, and more people would eventually show up. So never mind, I take all the credit back. You're just stupid. Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. Whew. I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. What on earth happened here?
You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. I don't like the way he moves. Makes me uncomfortable. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, I'll be giving it a thorough going over. Don't you worry, Trevor. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop that I was not expecting. We had a dog do it. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in a fine fettle today. No words, just tightly squeezing chips. Clearly I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. I don't believe this man is a genius. We also found the rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly, the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon amongst the rafters. And after that you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set this parcel ticking? Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Well, Gregson was looking for a blowy earlier, so maybe y'all can work something out. Got a death wish, have you? And right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It is no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. Dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you've climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get it. I swear. No, no, no. They're not gonna, no. They're not gonna butt and me. This is a special safe that you can open from the inside. No, I'm not accepting that. No, 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 no. I'd always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Well, he also just admitted to attempted murder. So I feel like that's enough grounds to arrest this man. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? No, Shuki. No, yes. It's all no. Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But it's got a handle. I don't care. I'm choosing to not perceive the handle. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exposition? And the waxwork model you stole, which his head belongs to? That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the Professor, clad in a mask with a lock so strong I'm unable to open it, safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection after all. That's enough. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well, Dr. Scythe again. So the forensic team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe. It's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face. You are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out. But of course, we'll show ourselves to the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruto, yes. It would appear our delightfully entertaining investigation have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes, let's leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. Oh, sorry, give me 1 second. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Sheldon just wanted to come in to the bedroom. I said get out now, all of you. Your presence here is not requested either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here, but this lot disarmed. Inspector. Oh my god, Gregson, you're like totally coming around to us. Gregson, you like us. Gregson, are we friends? I'm like giving you a chuckle hazard, Trevor? Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right of the course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Huh? What are you... That one? You mean... Does he have more? Oh. Lovely. Oh. Oh. Listen, I don't like the dude, but I like his method of doing things. It was an hour later that we heard the news. An almost explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exposition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. His methods? I can get behind. I do like me a good explosion. Okay, I might actually stop here. And I'll save the trial for next time, because I've been going for 4 hours, and my voice is getting tired from breathing. This is Kalen if he was unhinged, yeah, honestly. If he was evil. I mean, he explodes things, and that's his brand. But this one's long, yeah. They're all getting long. They've all been long. But yeah, we'll call it there for today. But yeah, Kalen post evil milk overdose.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you. We did a good investigation. But yeah. Will I stream tomorrow? I don't know. Probably not. I think Lilas and the FC are doing Savage Omega raids unsynced for mounts tomorrow night. I think that was tomorrow. Let me check. I think it was tomorrow night, right? Um, yeah, we're doing Omega Savage. Yeah, okay. For people who haven't got the mounts yet. Yeah, so I probably won't stream tomorrow then because I'll probably join that because I don't have those mounts either. So yeah, probably no stream tomorrow. What time is it at? It's at 8 p.m. Unless I stream like really early and do something short, but probably not. I'll probably just skip stream tomorrow and then continue on Sunday. What day is it tomorrow? Friday. Yeah, and do Sunday instead. You want the snake? Yeah. Are you closing tomorrow? Ari? Because it only looks like 5 people, including me, have signed up. So I think there'll be room for sure. So if you join later, I'm sure there'll be space because it's 2 expansions unsynced. It should probably be easy enough to get through them, even if without a full party, if I had to guess. Done at 6:30. So across. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, I should be fine then. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. But yeah, okay. I'm gonna head out. I don't know what I'll do for the rest of the night, but I'll be on Discord if anyone wants to chat or anything. Um, but yeah, thanks for hanging out. We're making progress on Ace Attorney. Still got 2 more cases after this. Oh god, that's gonna be a lot of streams still. Drummer's weird. I don't like the way he moves. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Okay, I shall see you guys. I mean, I'll see you guys on Discord in like 5 minutes, but I will see you guys on stream probably on Sunday. Okay, y'all have a good night. Bye bye.